What we've done with World War II is switch places. The fascists have left Germany and come to North America and become policemen and border guards. They're descendants, genetically speaking. You know? And the people who used to be nice are gone someplace else. I don't know exactly who inherited the nice people, but they're certainly no longer here. Here, this is a world of bureaucrats. And what the cell told me, I'll just back up a little bit so that you understand. I've said this on the radio, I guess, with Jared and Danny a number of times, but I don't, in case you missed it. In 2002 to 2004, there was a couple coming from California here. He had Mormon background, and she was born in Chicago, and I don't know exactly what her background was. And they would come every year, do something like they're doing, rent a room. They would rent it in a hotel in Ottawa, drive here in the morning, spend the day. We'd discuss things. At the beginning, she did more talking before she knew what she was involved in, and I had to stop her and say, look, Barbara, you're spending money to tell me what you know. That's not the purpose. Okay, what the purpose is that you find out what I know to add with what you know and to come to some conclusions.
When you mentioned isostasy, that's exactly right, because I want to listen half of what you say so I can balance it with what I don't know. And what I don't know, I don't know.
Exactly. So one of the things that happened is I got a call one day on the phone from a lady in California who said, I know Barbara and I know Frank, and I've stayed with them sometimes, and they've talked about you. And Barbara, the last time I was there, she said, this is the first time in my life that things make sense to me. She said, she was about 70 years old at the time, 2002, 2004, and she said that with what she knew and what she learned about my view of the world, she felt comfortable for the first time in her life that she understood what was always causing her pain. And this woman on the telephone said, I need that. And I tell you today, her name was Jennifer. Okay? And we talked on the telephone for about a year and a half, probably 2004 to 2005, area. And she said to me one day, Glenn, in your view, is there life after death? And I said, having had no evidence either way, I cannot make a judgment based upon anything I know, because I don't have anything I know to make a judgment on that topic. However, if you're asking me a guess, I would say there is none. Okay?
Right.
And she said, well, thank you. That gives me something to work on. And I never heard back from her after that. And I found out later on, so I just basically decided, this is it. Do what you can with what you have for the time being. And it ends at the end when you die.
Right.
Okay. 2006. And we arrived here in the year 2000. And how I arrived here in the 2000 is in the 10 years previous to that, I was traveling across Canada giving talks on how I ended up getting all these people charged by the government in Ottawa. And people would ask me questions. What would you do if you weren't doing this, traveling across the country? What would you prefer to do? And I said, I would live next to a creek in an RV and go for a walk every day, hopefully being able to go to the bank once a month and get enough money for food from some kind of revenue for having worked all these years, about 40 years, and wait for the end. Preferably, my name would not appear on anything in regards to that property, because I don't want to be responsible for anything, okay, period. So I would basically have made an arrangement with an owner of a farm and go live on the back someplace near a creek. So that was my general answer to people who would say, what would you do if you could do what you want to do? All of a sudden, two ladies come up to me in Vancouver and said, we want to go to Ottawa for the year 2000. The year 2000 being the turn of the century and all of that. We're hoping that by then we will have a better understanding that we've had in the past. And would you mind if we found you someplace, if you came with us to Parliament Hill in Ottawa on the anniversary of Canada, which is July 1st, as opposed to July 4th for the U.S., and we would stay together for some time.
How old is Canada, by the way?
Eh?
How old is Canada?
1867.
Oh, wow.
As opposed to 1776. Okay? So but it didn't become Canada as we know it in 1867 because Newfoundland, the furthest east, only joined in 1949. So that's basically when it all came together. Now, Newfoundland, 1949, has a peninsula at its furthest east, and it's called Avalon. Avalon is linked to the story of King Arthur and Dark Ages and all of that stuff. Is it attached to the story of King Arthur? Probably, because people who created the story of King Arthur were Scottish. Northern England, Scotland, and somewhere in there, okay? And the people in Newfoundland, the closest to them, if you forget the Atlantic Ocean, okay, is a place called Avalon. Okay.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. So
I've seen you, I think you wrote it over there.
Yeah. The interesting thing about the word Avalon is Avalon as opposed to Ave. Ava, Ave. Avenue, the new way. Okay, avenue. As opposed to the old way, which was the original way. So you start with an A and you turn it into an E. Okay. Start with a female and turn it into a male. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of tricks on language. So here I am in BC, and I get I'm staying with somebody. I get a phone call saying we'd like to meet you in a place called Olds, Alberta, I think it was. And at the door is an RV. And these two women came from Vancouver and gave me an RV and said, until you get a farm, that's where you can stay. You don't have to live with people you don't like just because they invited you or whatever. You can always stay in your own place. Then back in the year 2000, down the road, the other side of Kempville, there's a campground. And I parked there, and they came, they had their own RVs and parked there, and then we went to the ceremonies in Ottawa, the year 2000.
And they were helping you?
And they were helping.
Wow.
Okay. Never met them before that time in Vancouver, and they said, Glenn, you're a problem for us because we want to be with you so much, but we got things we have to do. And whenever we try to get a hold of you, you're always somewhere else. And we have to try and find you. We don't know where to find you. So what we'd like to do is, now that we're here in this region of Ottawa where you were born, is say, how about this? We'll buy a farm and you can live on the farm. that farm will increase in value over the years. And once it reaches the point where a mortgage can be had that would pay off the cost of the farm and what we put into it, and you could take it over as long as you can make the payments on the mortgage. But the farm will never be in your name. Thought about it for a while. One day we went looking, and guess what? This place was for sale. The woman that lived here had a much bigger farm originally, and they had subdivided pieces off of the farm so that my neighbors over in this direction used to live here. Okay, and they don't talk to me, and I don't know why. Okay, so let me kind of indicate to you what you're sitting on when you're sitting on this farm. This is Bell Canada makes sure that my stuff is slower than most people. Okay, so here you sit, right here. Jig Street is over there. The house across the street is right inside this point here. There's the creek. Goes behind. We own a piece of land that is shaped like a pistol. This is the handle, and then you go behind these houses like this and over like this.
I see what you said there.
Okay?
Yeah. So
we don't go quite to the creek because that's kind of floodplain stuff. So there's a field there when it's not wet, right along the creek. But apart from that, we have all of that, 34 acres, shaped like a pistol. And we are sitting at the base of the handle. If you were shoving a cartridge in, well, that's where we're sitting in this property. So in the year, and 34 acres is pretty big, 34.2 acres. I would come here at the beginning and then go out to wherever I was being invited to speak across the country and go shut this off and go do talks over across the country, and they would pass the hat, and I would end up with enough food to last till the next speech type of thing. One day, I decided that I wanted to have a path around the place. Now, you can look at the number of trees and stuff and imagine you don't walk too far before you have something you'd have to take out of the way, or you can't go the next step. And for a number of years, I worked on the path, just to pass the time, since I'm going to be here. Instead of going for a walk that does nothing for me except the exercise, why not put the exercise to use by doing something that when visitors come and they want to visit the place, I can say, well, Get on this path and just go, and you'll end up coming back here. 2006, which is about a year after I stopped talking to Jennifer, I'm working in the bush. Normal, everyday stuff I do every day. But all of a sudden, there's a group of men there. What are you doing on my farm? Type of thing, you know. And I look at them, and among a couple of dozen, I'm looking, and I say, I know this guy, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that. This is my Uncle Bernard. This is my Uncle Wilfred. This is Don Griffin I worked with in Ottawa. This is Gary Parkinson, who worked with us, who worked in Ottawa, type of thing. And I said, but that can't be. They're dead. I don't understand. And they said, Glenn, we'd like to explain to you what we're here for, but it's going to take a long time. So we'll do it slowly. What we wanted you to know is that life doesn't end at death. That's just a little segment. As a matter of fact, although the calendar didn't exist at the time, you were born the first time in 42,000 BC. And you've been here on missions for us, and not explaining what us meant. You've been on missions for us 700 times. This is your 700th visit. You had a twin sister when you were first born, except she wasn't allowed to be born until 14 years after you. In other words, both of you were genetically engineered. But she was made human 14 years after you. That sister of yours is Jennifer. She has been here 37 times. She has a special role to play. And because I know you know of her, but you've never met her, we would like both of you to get together and make something happen that we need to see happen. Now, I'm trying to cut a whole bunch of stuff, you know, to keep to what I discovered afterwards, backwards.
So that long ago, you would have been something looking like Roma, right?
Yeah.
That if you were 42,000.
Yeah.
Or Cro-Magnon, maybe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I said, why me? And they said, because you earned it. What do you mean I earned it? Well, if you hadn't earned it, you couldn't see us. we'd be here, but you wouldn't see us. And nobody else would. And that's why you have chairs all over the place here. And people will come and say, but there's nobody there. And I look at them and I say, look, I was trained in graphic arts. I specialized in typesetting as a child, 16 years old. For some reason, I took typesetting in high school in 1 year, and they made a mistake and put me back in typesetting again the second year. And you know how easy it is once, if you've done it before, you know what you're supposed to do, and you do it. And you get away with a lot of things that you would normally get away with, which is, in typesetting in my days at the beginning, each letter is a piece of metal. And you have what they call a California job case, where you go and pick up an E and pick up an L and pick up an N, and you put them all together and you make a word. And you put it in a frame and you put another word next to it, and it's called monotype. Okay? So we had a machine that made these letters. We put them in drawers. We would assemble them to make something we were going to print. The letter is mirrored to your eyes because it has to be backwards in order that when it prints on paper, it prints right side up again. Okay. The worst thing is, when you're done with the work, you got to put them back. You got to go and take each letter and say, this goes in that drawer, and this goes in that drawer, this goes in that drawer. And one of the things that had happened in my first year of typesetting is the ceiling fell in the classroom I was in. And that's because somebody who didn't want to put the letters back hid them up in the ceiling panels so that he didn't have to waste a few hours of his time and could go play football instead. He stuck them in the ceiling, but over time, the panel fell, and the letters fell all over the place. So that I learned, and I had in mind the second year. What is it that I hate about typesetting? I hate, after I've done the work and printed the paper, having to put them back. But I can't put them in the ceiling because the ceiling's going to fall. Eventually, somebody will get it on their head. So I said, well, how do you make these letters? Well, there's the machine called a monotype. You put metal in this pot, it melts, and it goes into this form over here, and it produces a letter. So I saved many hours of time in my second year melting my jobs down rather than putting them back in the case. Say, go back to the beginning. How was the letter made? It was melted from metal, so by putting them in the pot, you can do that again. Okay? It's just you have less letters until somebody makes them again. Right. And in order to prove that to the first people that came here, I dug a hole. And in the hole, 6 feet down, I take people out onto the sidewalk or the edge of the road here and say, is there any place in this field that I could hide? And they look around And that's when all the grass has been cut down. They said, no, there's no place you can hide. I said, then watch me. And I walked around to the back. I said, can you see me? Yeah. And I jump in the hole. Can you see me? No. Well, I'm still here, and you can't see me, right? Right. So it's your point of view that's wrong. If you flew up in the air and looked down, you'd see me. If you walked around and came to the edge of the hole, you'd see me. Why do you say there's nothing there? Every book you read has thousands of things you can't see. They're called spaces. And the size of the space varies by the thickness of the letter N as opposed to the letter M. So if you're seeing a big space, it's because somebody put M spaces in that spot. If you're seeing narrower spaces, they put narrow N spaces in there. They're real. They exist. You can hold them in your hand, these spaces. But once you put them between two letters that are taller, can't see it. So you make a judgment, because I cannot see it, it can't be. And I'm telling you that that's how the people I was talking to explained to me. How I could explain to others that before you're alive and after you're dead, you're still there. And just because other people can't see you doesn't mean you're not. Okay? And those people said, we are 26 in numbers. Everybody that is assigned to our group, which is known as the cell Investigators Unlimited, okay? We the cell, exist and continue to exist like everybody else will exist and continue to exist. We are here to tell you the real history of the world. Not the history being taught by people who were taught. And if you go back in time, the original teachers were lying, because they had an interest in keeping you stupid so that they could do what they wanted to do, which is run the world. But they had run the world in 42,000 BC, and they discovered that the world did not end here, that there was a whole bunch of stuff up there we call stars and planets, and that control freaks are never limited to what they can see in front of them. They are, in fact, always looking to expand their realm. Okay? Who are the control freaks today? Billionaires. Okay? Because money is the means of control. Who controls most of the billions? Not the billionaires, but the people that control their money.
Right.
Banks. Okay. Bureaucrats. In government, the politicians don't control the money. Bureaucrats control the money. Politicians get elected and are there one day and gone the next. Bureaucrats are there all the time. So the world we live in is a world of bureaucrats controlling from behind the scene in a manner that you can't tell. But they're the ones making the decisions. Now, if you go back to 1789, and you're in France, there's no such thing as a bureaucrat in control of anything. They're monarchs. Monarchs are in charge, and they don't give a shit about bureaucrats or people of any kind as long as they are not of service to them. So a revolt occurs called the French Revolution, and the bureaucrats walk the royals to the gallows and chop their heads off. Okay? A couple of thousand people in charge, you knock their heads off and they're no longer in charge. But what happened? Did life become better for the average citizen? No. Power only shifted. It shifted from the monarchs to the bureaucrats. Now, can I or you walk hundreds of millions of bureaucrats to Parliament Hill or Capitol Hill and chop their heads off? No. There are too many of them. However, for the people who are really in control, these people have a purpose that is satisfactory to the people in control until the day when they no longer are needed. Now, the people before the Ice Age who were in charge said, what we need is a much bigger population that will, in fact, do what we need to have done in all fields of knowledge. And when we have all that knowledge to ourselves, because we'll steal it from them in a manner we'll call prizes, okay? Whether short-term prizes, salary and a pension, or long-term prizes such as a Nobel Science Prize for physics, okay? But we'll take the information that they will have worked out all the details over hundreds of years and packaged together as proof this is true. And we'll take that and put it in our safety deposit box. And we'll gather everything through Academy Awards, through awards for writing, through awards for anything you can think of, health, physics. And once we have that computer totally filled with truth, the things we will need for the next step forward will be there. And the things that are fabrications of the mind that are untrue will not be there to get in the way. And once that day happens, we don't need all these people that we manufactured and put in place. Therefore, the end of the world as we know it comes about. The end of the world as we know it requires the end of the bureaucracies. How do you kill?
Can't chop their heads off.
How do you kill them?
Blood.
War, pestilence, famine, and disease is what God suggests. Creation says, you miss a few. What you need is cataclysmic, catastrophic. Funny, the word starts with cat. And it starts with cat not by accident, but because it started with cats. Black Panther walking through the mountain comes along and looks, let's pick a place, Lake Van in eastern Turkey, okay? Looks down along the side of this lake, and there's this baby crying. It's a human baby that he looks around. No one has ever seen this before. It's a baby. I've lost, says the cat, I've lost my litter. This baby could replace my litter. Grabs it by the neck, takes it off to its cave, eat. And the baby starts sucking on the nipples of the cat. Female, obviously.
Right.
Okay?
Or
and it survives.
were animals too also hermaphroditic?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah.
I imagine.
Everything that lives begins hermaphroditic. Can't be any other way.
Right.
Okay? Men are irrelevant to the process except support.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay? So if the woman can give birth by herself, then you don't need anybody else. If a tree starts off by growing, it would die. And that would be the end of the tree. But if it has roots underground, and at another place 10 feet away, another tree grows, it's hermaphroditic. Okay? And you can search the world, and you'll find a single tree that has lived 1,000 years, and it has children all over, extending as far as 10 miles.
I wonder if we're so connected to the earth that we can have, I can't think of a word to call it, but delayed information from our past lives, but in the present.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but it's a crime. Let me explain. Information controlled by hydro creates electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is not visible. It's a cloud that hangs over a source. And when the sun goes down, it goes down. When the sun comes out, it comes out. Now, if you have a thermometer, and a thermometer is a measurement device for heat, supposedly, and if you walk, and you'll notice I have thermometers all over the place here. If you walk close to a thermometer, and the thermometer on your car says it's 30 degrees, but you look at the thermometer in certain places here, and it'll say 50 degrees. That thermometer has stopped measuring heat and has started measuring electromagnetism. Okay? If you go to where I dug the holes over in the field here, you can't see it because of the tall grass. You'll look down, and what you'll say is, how come this is too hot? This says it's, well, I've had one thermometer out there go 0 all the way around and back up on the other side. Okay? While I'm looking at it. Okay? So, what you have to understand is that your body, head to toe, has millions and millions of on-off switches. Okay? If I want to move my finger, I have to think about it, cause the switches to turn on, and then I'm able to do that. Each person has millions turned on and millions turned off. And they're not the same in each person. Because personality explains what's gone on here more than anything else. Yeah, we have the same ones that allow us to move our fingers, but we don't have the same ones that cause the brain to decide what finger we're going to move, or should we move the finger, because it all depends on the link between the brain and the on and off switches. And our personality is different depending on what's on and what's off. How do you explain that one person can tell you March the 5th, 2001, such and such a thing was going on, while somebody else, I can't remember yesterday, let alone what happened on March the 5th. It's because the switches in that person are different on than that person. Okay, it's pretty simple concept. It's just on or off. And each one of us can do something that others find difficult and that we find normal. And what they do seems difficult to us because we don't have the right combination of switches, and that's called personality. It's each person has a number of switches that are on that are the same as us, moving our arms, sneezing, whatever. But they have a number that are on that ours aren't on. And we have a number that are on that theirs are not. Okay, so it's pretty simple when you're dealing with billions of switches. Where does this difference come from? And how does it get to you? You have an instrument on a female body that transfers food from the mother to the child called a nipple, right? Is there another instrument that transfers instructions to the switches in an electromagnetic way? Areola. What is happening when a child is being fed through the mouth? The brain is being fed through electricity, electromagnetism.
Right.
Okay? And you see the child looking for the other nipple on the other side because he found out that if you squeeze, it works better. Okay?
Right.
So you've been taught about food through the mouth, but you've never been told about instructions through the brain from the same structure of a breast, because the areola is the key. The nipple feeds the mouth, the areola feeds the brain. And why do you think nuns invented a sin for women to go topless? They knew where knowledge came from. They didn't want men to have the knowledge that they had. They wanted control. So if for thousands of years men walked around Africa and whatever, and women were all topless, men could see in a woman's nipple and areola construction that they were liked or hated, depending on what was going on over there. If the nipple became hard and extruded, it meant the woman had feelings for that person. But the feelings were not about, I want to go eat. The feelings were about, I want to go learn. If I, as a male, can have access to that areola, not only will I know what I know, but a whole bunch of new switches will be turned on in my own body. So I'll have my own switches plus hers. The nuns had control, and they knew where it came from. And they didn't want anything to do with men except, hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Hey, I'm the thinker, you're the worker. Go do it. Okay?
Right. How did women take it the first time they realized like men had been created?
Kept it secret. It took me 70 years to figure it out. And why would anyone get married? Because if you get married, you're going to be only you and that woman. But if you have, as the people used to have that traded across Asia, a girlfriend in every port type of thing, you would have an opportunity to know what you know, plus what she knows, 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 she knows. Okay? The one that has control wants to keep control.
Yeah.
Okay? The one that has less control wants to increase their control. And since there were no men at the beginning, women found out when, in the same way as that tree, instead of the root being what creates another tree, started popping out cones. What is the word cone except the word one with C in front of it? It's the beginning. And what happened when these cones went into the ground? They came out, some as women, some as men. Whereas the ones on the root were all women. Because they came directly out of the woman, not out of a cone. A cone created human men. Genetics is made up of cells called cones in a tree, called cells in human beings. So you start off with a hermaphrodite that makes other hermaphrodites, and then you end up saying, if I had a worker who could do my job for me, the physical part, while I do the brain part, that would be handy. And when they see this human being born from a cone, from a cell called male, yeah, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're everything but wiser. We have the knowledge, but we won't tell them. We'll make them think they're important because of their strength and physical size and all of that stuff. But we won't tell them the secret about where knowledge comes from. And of course, the more knowledge you have, the wiser you become, and the more you don't have to do physical stuff, as you get most of it done by mental decisions. Mm-hmm. Okay? Once you grasp that entire concept of life, you will find out that the cone is not the first place. It's only the first place for that tree. But there is a common denominator in the ground called stone. ST from first one. Stone.
Yeah.
Okay?
STND, RD.
You got it. Okay?
Well then, wait, let me stop before. Wouldn't the cell then be even more knowledgeable because they're not visible? So they'd be even more...
Because they could be sitting next to a nun while they're having a chat and nobody knows they're there. Okay? As a matter of fact, they may say, would you please sit in another chair? I don't want to spend this meeting with you on my lap. Okay? When Tom, my tenant, was killed, and we had made this arrangement prior that we would, and I don't want to go into all the details, but we would learn from each other. Tom would come to the driveway. Couldn't see Tom, but I could. And that was after the cell told me about how things really function. And Tom would say, continue paying my phone bill as you have in the past at your bank, because I want them to wonder why somebody keeps paying the phone on a dead guy. But I want that phone to be functional for another purpose. So I found out, because he had been a police informant, that Bell Canada gave him a special rate. While I was paying $50 a month, he was paying $30 a month for the same thing. Okay? So I said to him, what I want you to do, Tom, is when there's a meeting about Glenn and Jennifer at the police station, or at Hydro, or at Revenue Canada, or at Immigration, I want you to go to the meeting and tell me what's going on. When my name or Jennifer's name comes up, I want you to tell me. I have information that is not self-produced, but I add to what I have things that are found out by others who happen to be dead in our world. Okay? 26 investigators. I asked them, what is the biggest advantage you have as not being alive? You've got to be an advantage. Their answer was perfect speed. That's what we have. And I said, what do you mean by that? Well, think of your life and everything you wanted to know. You had to go there. Go here, go there, go there, go there, find out here. A lot of it wasted time in an airport, in a train station, bus stop, walking, just to get to where you want to go. So that in a lifetime of 100 years, you're probably only learning 20, 25 years. The rest of the time is getting there. So, perfect speed, how do we explain it to you? Glenn, tomorrow morning, hitchhike to Smith Falls, which is about 25 miles from here. Okay. Once you get to Smith Falls, get on a bus, go to Toronto, rent a room in a hotel, sleep there, get up in the morning, get on the subway, go to Don Mills, go to this address, stand in the lobby until somebody unlocks the door and walks up the stairs because the doors are always locked. Mm-hmm. Go up to such and such a floor, to such and such a room, and we'll be there. And we'll explain to you by that activity the difference between how time it took you to do what you did as opposed to the time it takes us to do what you did. And I did that, and I saw them the only one time when they were all in the same room, 26, okay? And then I came back, and when I got to Smith Falls, I called, and he said, "Where were you?" And I said to Tom, "Come and pick me up." So he came with a car, and they brought me back home. Now, that was, according to the cells, step one in learning what they were talking about. A little while later, a month maybe, I had supper, was sitting in front of the TV, and fell asleep. In the meantime, the guys that were here, Tom, and then there were people from outside who had come to help, were in the corner where the little fence is on the side, where I had built a fireplace over there, smoking pot and drinking, none of which I could have cared less. Then I get shaken. "Glenn." I look up, and it's one of the guys from the cell. "Come on with us." What's the matter? He said, "Do you know what the media would say tomorrow morning if the police raided your place right now? That Kealey is running this pot shop and people are taking drugs on the farm. And they won't say these people took drugs. They'll say Kealey supplied the means by which they took the drug." Because they couldn't care less about those guys, but what they want to do is make sure that the people out there don't respect Glen Kealey, the guy who spent 1,000 days on Parliament Hill and then ended up getting charges laid against all of the big bosses at the RCMP and in the Prime Minister's office and in the cabinet of government and all of that stuff. They want you to be hated or feared or ignored or whatever, and they'll use that opportunity. So they said, "Follow us," and I followed them, and at one place they picked up a tarp and dragged it behind, and I said, "What are you doing that for?" "It's in case the cops come and they have tracking dogs and stuff. They won't be able to follow us, but they'll follow your scent as to where we're going." Anyways, we ended up in the back, and they said, "Sit down. We'll be back." I sat down, and of course, I was wondering what was going on. I could hear the people talk over their drinking and pot and whatever. A vehicle appeared. If I describe it, it's something like a van. I was told, "Get in and lie down on the floor." And a minute at most later, they opened the door and said, "Get out," and I wasn't here anymore. I was someplace else, a house. Got out. I said, "How could you get the vehicle into the back? There's no roads, nothing leading out to the street. You know, there's a circle inside
You're
there."
talking about the back right there?
Yeah. So
they got you to another place.
To another place, a house, and he said, "Go in and sit on the couch." So I sat on the couch, and nothing happened. And I waited and waited. And every now and then they'd say, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah." And then one time they came and they said, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, I got to pee." They said, "Go." So I stood up and I was outside in the grass. And I sat down, I was on the couch. I tried it 3, 4, 5 times. Said, "What's going on here?" They said, "What you are experiencing is perfect speed."
Right.
Now imagine if I told you to go to Toronto, if you'd do it the way you did it the last time, when you could do it this way. Well, when you're dead, you'll be able to do it this way. So perfect speed, as I found out in a movie that was made called Jonathan Livingston Seagull, perfect speed is being there. There is no journey. So in the same way as there is no visible person sitting in a chair, when they're dead, they can still be there. Their time between places is instant. They want to be in Antarctica, they're in Antarctica. Okay?
So they're basically us, not in physical form, but as memories, is kind of what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Energy without form.
Right.
Without, I shouldn't say form, without substance. No, that's not right either. Without matter. Okay, it's energy but no matter.
Right.
So it's what old people who used to talk about, "I went to bed last night and a ghost appeared in my room." Well, a ghost is what they're talking about. It's a person whose energy is there, but no matter body to go with it.
That's why religion had to get to them and indoctrinate them, so they, instead of saying it's me remembering things from the past, the religious indoctrination, you go, "Oh, it's just a ghost. It's haunting me," or it's scary. Try and ignore it.
Yeah. Don't learn is what they're saying without saying it.
Right.
Don't learn from all your experiences prior to birth, post-mortem. And everything during your lifetime can be improved by turning on more switches. How do you turn on more switches? Well, you have to have an electromagnetic field at the right setup, because each magnetic field may offer something different. And the right setup is a nipple on a woman, is where you go. And while you're there, your head will be in that electromagnetic place. Okay? And each woman will offer a different set of circumstances that will affect your on and off switches.
Interesting, too, that you talk about the spine, the nipple, and they made up kissing, too.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people used to kiss.
No.
It's a kind of a distraction.
Marriage didn't exist for human beings until the 1200s. It was marriage for monarchs who had all the ownership, who would then pass it on through their wife to their next son. However, if the wife, instead of passing it on to her next son, joined the nuns, all of the things that were worth anything ended up in the hands of the nuns. And that's why today the richest people in the world are nuns. But they don't tell you that. Okay? Who owns Wall Street? Nuns. Who owns the stock market? Nuns. Who affects the value of your shares? Nuns. If they want you to succeed, they'll make your investments function, whereas the ones they don't want can try all they want, and it won't happen. Did you know that on the stock market, leaders, billionaires, win 15% on their investments? The people who run the system win 10%. And the ordinary investor maxes at 5%. So all it is a transfer of power. Okay?
Brutal.
And they tell you, go and invest your money on the stock market. Well, first of all, get elected or become a billionaire, because otherwise any wins you make will be temporary. God did not exist at the beginning. Creation existed at the beginning. Creation is not a person, it's a process. Okay? Creation, one day, in a discussion through whatever you want to call it, mental telepathy or whatever, with a nun, was told that it was all wrong. Creation was all wrong by the nun. And the nun said, let me be in charge. And to make a long story short, because it was a long argument, it was finally determined that Mother Superior would be given power that belonged to creation. And Mother Superior, that's why I call soup, superior, Lake Superior, Mother Superior, all the supers have more power that used to belong to creation. And over time, excuse the language, but I learned to swear being alone for years on a farm with no hydro, stepping on a cat's tail. Mother Superior fucked it up. Okay? She attacked the problem as not helping others, but benefiting personally. The name, for example, if I was the King of England and I sent somebody over to the United States, I said, I want you to build 13 colonies over there, set up, collect taxes, send me the money back, and operate as if you were me over there. Found out that Mother Superior wasn't sending back to the king what should have gone to the king, but was keeping a side pot for herself. And although she was known as governor, our governor is there on behalf of this other person, she began to act as if she was the other person, keeping all the money for herself rather than sending back to the governor. The official English language word for that is satrap, S-A-T-R-A-P, satrap. Means a person not doing what was intended at the beginning in a relationship, but doing it in a manner that is self-serving. Okay? That couldn't last forever with creation. And what the cell was saying is, you have creation, they in the sense not of a person, but of a process, created a court called the pineal court, which is matched to the thing in the head called the pineal gland, which is total memory. Everything you've done all your life is recorded in your memory. You may not remember it, but it's there. And when you die, you are sent to this court. Try to imagine, and I'm imagining in order to explain, a big widescreen TV, a judge behind a curtain, and you on a chair in front of an audience looking in, and you're asked 3 questions. What did you know? When did you know it? And what did you do about it? And when you go to speak, your mouth doesn't function, can't open your mouth. But on the screen, your pineal gland plays back exactly the answer to the question. What did you know? When did you know it? And what did you do about it? So you are, in fact, testifying against yourself, albeit involuntarily, and much of the time not remembered. But the audience can tell.
Right, because it's easier to it's easier to notice
for somebody else than for yourself. Okay? And when your answers are completed, behind the screen where resides creation, a process, an answer comes out. Guilty or not guilty, or didn't matter. On each topic. Sentence, one of 3 P's. If you look at the sign on my door of the former garage, P3.
Yeah.
Okay, what is P3? Well, paradise is number 1. Purgatory is number 2. Pacific is number 3. Now, to understand where Pacific comes in, you have to know that the court is in Antarctica, in a place where few people want to go. And it's under ice. And if you are sentenced to paradise, they don't call it paradise, by the way, they call it the 5th dimension, which we have no concept of because we live in a 4-dimensional universe and perfect speed is not part of it, but in 5th dimension is another place where perfection exists. That's one place. Purgatory, which if you mispronounce it, it's Purgatory. Okay? Purgatory is a list of those in waiting. How many people are in paradise out of the 7.5 billion who've lived and died? The rest are in purgatory, waiting for an opportunity to go in to paradise. But there isn't much space to go in because Mother Superior has filled it with nuns who have not earned paradise.
And how did they take over?
They were given the right of control by creation at one stage of the game that was wide open, let's see what you can do better type of thing. Okay? So I am told by the cell that we are at the end of the world as we know it. And therefore, the world run by bureaucrats and nuns is coming to an end. And many people who are in purgatory should be in paradise. And many people who are in paradise should be in purgatory. So that there is ongoing, at this moment in time, as a lead up to the change that will occur, a cleansing of paradise. Going through, picking out all the people that don't belong there, who sent there with the blessing of Mother Superior, moving them out. And searching through the lineup of purgatory to see who are the people who should have been there, and moving those people. Not too many people should have been there, And not too many people in paradise should have been in paradise. Many of them belong in Pacific. Now, what does that mean? Pacific is the modern equivalent of the word hell. If you're found to have been genetically engineered in a manner insulting to creation, self-serving to yourself or your beneficiaries, you will be sentenced to Pacific. What does that mean? It means that on a block of ice, 40 by 40 or 25 by 25, depending on whether you're going with your offsprings or alone type of thing, you will be placed on water outside Antarctica on the Indian Ocean side of things, and that block of ice will move as all moves across the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and arrive at a place where tectonic plates below the water come together and go like this, so that all of this matter goes to the core and melts, and therefore is eliminated. Period.
There's an actual place that it goes straight from the Indian Ocean into the...
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Plates, a whole bunch of them. There. Okay. So that combination of genetics never gets made again. Lesson learned. Creation is taking back control. And the people who lived normal, less than self-serving lives, although there are things that a person needs to do if life is going to happen, the penalty will be the possibility of continuity, paradise, purgatory. None is painful in either one. But the difference between the two is that one serves creation, the other one serves mankind. And the only way you can move from mankind to creation is if someone, somewhere, does something that is not self-serving and intended for the most honorable person in purgatory. And I said to the cell, how can I demonstrate that? And they said, as I was told by a journalist once in Ottawa when I was standing on Parliament Hill, Mr. Kealey, why don't you hold a conference and have people go to your conference? And I said, because that would require that I rent a place. And that would require that I charge a fee for them to go to that conference. Whereas Parliament Hill is my place, as it is with any Canadian. It's our place. It's not their place. Inside, that's their place. But outside here, that's our place. So I said, I fear the step of asking for money to hear what I'd say for free on Parliament Hill. Mind you, even school teachers haven't grasped the concept of democracy, because I see the school bus empty and people who want to come over and talk to me out of the school bus, and the teachers, get over here, you can't talk to him, get over here. So I said, obviously the teacher doesn't understand democracy. I don't have the power to go inside and change the rules, but I have the power to tell the kids what to be leery of, okay? Unless you stop them, you teacher, stop them. I said, isn't it funny that I've been here 2, 3 years, depending on what time it was, and I said, people get off buses from all parts of Canada and they have no idea who I am. Yet a bus comes full of Englishmen or Australians or people from Middle Europe, and they say, hey, there's the guy we saw on TV. Okay? So how come our media is not telling the story that I'm telling to improve democracy? But the people in Austria are hearing it, not about Austrians, but about Canadians. Okay? Look at how he's allowed, and he's telling his entire story on Parliament Hill every day. Isn't that country Canada marvelous? And it's all bullshit. It's all rigged. Okay? So I started looking at World War II and saying, here we have a bunch of people called Nazis who say they should be in charge of the world. Here we have a bunch of people called Democrats who say, no, the people should be in charge of the world, and therefore that's us, Democrats. But look around, and it's not true. The bureaucrats are acting like Nazis, and the Nazis are acting like bureaucrats over in Germany. So what happened here? Who won the war? You got it mixed up here, or something happened. And what happened was you create a war, you create immigrants, you move them across, they give birth to children who have the same genetic makeup they have, and 20 years later, the people who were the Nazis are now the Nazis over here, and our people are over there, and nothing makes sense. So the cell said, we need a court that will realign what was intended by creation at the beginning and the removal of the power that was transferred under that agreement. And that's what they're doing now. Now, in this place, 34.2 acres, they said, we want to develop a teaching institution for all segments of life. It's where I will eventually contain the cats and feed them, and 100 people will come and go, and then dropping out of the sky will be this ADIFO. And it will sit just above that pole where you see the TV antenna on top. And surprisingly enough, I've sat in one of the chairs there sometimes watching a low-flying airplane and could hear their radio, their communications, not perfectly, but I could hear discussions, and the one I heard, I would have guessed, was Ontario Provincial Police, whose normal task is to fly over the highway next to the St. Lawrence and give tickets to people down below. So it seemed to be a conversation based on that, but they had flown off their course to come here, I guess, to see what I was doing or whatever, because they seem to do that every now and then. This morning, I think there were 2 planes and a helicopter. You know. It's a point of view, eh? It's like I told you before, from the street, police cars can see, but they can't see everything because from their point of view, they wouldn't know that the holes are there. But when they're flying, then they know that they shouldn't come here at night and run around because somebody will break a leg or something. You know. What I discovered is it didn't matter what I thought. They were directing my life in background. And I couldn't see it. I could just live it. And from school to work, it was a project that somebody had for me.
So we're all kind of, I think you said something like we're all programmed. It's just
kind of robot-like with a little bit of flexibility. You have to know both sides of each side. You know, it's if you're dealing with a mindset that is fixed, then you're never going to learn anything. What you have to do is say, go with it. And along the way, there will be things that you're pleased about and things you're unhappy about. But there's a lesson to be learned in both. And at some stage of the game, someone will step forward. Under the knowledge that I had at the time, I used to call it a guardian angel will come forward. And a guardian angel will tell you what was planned for you and what you've done to advance that or delay it, and will make it possible for you to fixate more on what was planned for you. And I was always expecting to hear a knock on the door or somebody arriving at the door saying, "I'm here." It never happens in that manner. But when I came to the conclusion of what I thought a perfect life would be, for me at least, would be to live on a farm close to a water stream of some kind, in an RV, somebody else's property, so that I was not responsible for other people's survival or for other people's happiness or distress. And maybe this guardian angel would come forward under those circumstances, and without asking anybody, they came and said, "If we bought a farm, would you live there? If we bought a farm, would you pay the equivalent of the mortgage?" And sure, if I have an old age pension coming in, I got no place to spend it on a farm. I can spend it on a mortgage. So the deal, as I told you before, was we'll buy the farm, you'll pay us a mortgage based upon what the bank would charge for that amount of money. And I said, okay. And I had Tom hanging around with me, and he said he wanted to be my cook, my everyday helper type of thing, drive the car, go get the groceries. And he had a pension. He was a year and a half ahead of me to get a 65-year-old old age pension. He wanted to help, but as he told me later on, he was a spy for the police. They had something on him that could have led to him going to jail. And he exchanged not going to jail for being an informant on Glen Kealey. Okay? So, and I saw him a couple of times in a police car out on the street. And he pretend he needed to listen to the ball game on the radio, and that radio was in the car, and so car or truck, whatever we had at the time, he'd sit in it, and then a police car would stop a little bit further down the road, and he'd walk out, and that kind of stuff. But he said most of the time informants, police informants, work from a hospital, because police have duties to do at the hospital. So it's not strange to see somebody go into the hospital and police go into the hospital. They don't relate the two of them together, but through a series of walking through rooms internally, they get to a middle place and speak to each other. But Tom was true to his word. He cooked for me. He got the groceries. He drove the car. He was a lousy housekeeper, mind you. But, hey, people came and he served them supper out of his own pension fund. You know, that kind of stuff. And I would have guessed when he came to me, he was ready to die. He had lost all will to live. And when he started seeing what I was doing and wanted to help, it gave him an extra 10, 15 years of living in a happier way. He wasn't feeling sick the way he had been before. He was happy, and but unbeknownst to me, he was an informant. But if the police wanted to know anything, ask me. I'll tell them.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether it's against the law for them to do it. Nobody's going to do anything about it. I've had, police here on a number of occasions say to themselves, and I could overhear, why are we here? Who's driving us to be at Kealey's place when there's nothing illegal going on, no evidence of anything illegal, and yet we get phone calls from animal control saying they've got a complaint about the animals, and we look at the animals and they're in perfect condition. And they come with us, these animal control people, and not satisfied with not finding a sick animal, they murder a healthy old one and leave them in the middle of the field. And we're there to defend that. And it's not happening just once. It's kind of a trick they have of calling the police for protection from possible danger. Whose danger is it? And that's when they refer back to Kealey was on Parliament Hill for 1,000 days. He was photographed from more cameras all around him for 3 years. He never, ever lifted a finger in violence. He often had to help people while he was there. What are we afraid of?
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get. Is that because the people in charge were like control freaks?
Yeah. Of course. It's what I was saying yesterday. There's been a reversal after World War II. In the 20 years that followed World War II, the Nazis came here. And the Democrats went there or someplace else, or they all died off, or,
They sojourned.
But everywhere you turn where there's a hint of power, they treat you like Nazis. And Nazi, the word, phonetically, N-A-T-S-I, is ant. It's the ants down below who are running the show, whose A doesn't appear in front of Royal Bank of Canada, but is there anyways. Okay, because the big lion hangs over, I think, the picture Yeah, see, RBC with a big lion hanging over.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Okay, he rules the world, this guy, and that's one of the things I want to show you when we go to town, is on a bigger scale, this sign. I would like to go into the bank and ask, is there anybody here that was told during their training what this logo means? See if anybody comes close to answering ants, or rats, bats, and cats.
What does the lion have to do with an ant, though?
The lion is the king. It is the biggest cat. And it is the king. This is ARBC is the process to putting the lion in charge. And in Ottawa, I don't know about in Texas, the biggest men's group is called the Lions Club. All the bankers belong to it. All of the corporate heads belong to it.
Who is, so the ants are the troglodytes, rats are the bureaucrats, bats?
Bats, when you can't go from A to B and you have to fly over.
Yeah.
So it's really a rat with wings.
Yeah.
Okay? And then it gives the power to the cat. And the cat is in charge outside and inside the cave. But outside the cave, the lion takes over. The big one who doesn't give a shit. As opposed to the cats who just want to live.
So one cat controls like all the other cats, sort of?
One race of cats.
One race of cats. Okay.
Because the original race of cat that saved mankind was a big cat. A panther. Ant. Panther.
Oh.
Her pant. She wears the pants. And she's black. But the lion is gold. Brown. Who's black and who's brown? When you take black and you dissect it into its component colors and you remove some, you end up with brown. If you remove some more, you end up with yellow. If you remove some more, you end up with white. But everything begins with black. Black is not a color, it is a composite of all colors. White is not a color, it is no color, period. And in between, there's a step-by-step process where by removing parts, you're removing green, you're removing blue, you're removing orange, you're going down the scale to no color. Okay? So there's no doubt in my mind that human beings...
I get what you're saying. So the original black cat was the first... was
the first to participate in making a human being possible.
Okay. And then they reversed the process. Then the human being created the first white cat.
Human beings began to play with genetics.
Right.
genetics occurs in nature, but you can't get what you want from nature. Genetic engineering allows you to choose ahead of time.
I read an article before, like a week before I left, that if you walk backwards, you remember everything better.
Yeah. Is it true?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they said they tested it like over like a summer or something with a bunch of people, and the guys who were walking backwards remembered short term. You can remember 5 things short term for 30 seconds, like your mind can. And like the guys who were walking backwards were like able to say everything again 5 minutes later, real quick.
Huh. Maybe I should learn to walk backwards. I'll remember some of the words I forget.
Yeah, my mom and me have that problem. Like, we'll be just talking about something basic and we'll forget random words that you would think were just
that you use all the time, and yet it doesn't come to mind. And that happens a lot as you get older.
I think honestly it has to do with some kind of, probably some epigenetic thing. Food, plastic in the water, maybe.
Or somebody is pissed off that you're knowing too much.
Yeah.
And is doing something electromagnetically speaking that causes you to forget.
What do you think, before I forget, what do you think the role of is in genetic, like compared to genetic engineering and autism or Asperger's? What do you think is the play there?
It switches.
It switches. Okay.
Everything comes down to switches. Billion switches in a person's body is not unknown, And if you got 400,000 working perfectly and 500,000 shut off, you're following a pattern of activity based upon what's on and what's off. It's all switches. That's what particles do in an atom, They operate the atoms, and this one turns that off and that. Another woman has allowed me to activate my switches. That's where you're stuck as you're an adult, you're working, you have a family, you're supposed to be single-minded when it comes to women. And it's a threat to your ability to live your full life. Taxi. The right of women to have an abortion is all right if the child hasn't been genetically engineered properly for the system. But it's not all right if you're killing babies that they've just programmed. My view of it is they have a plan for this child. And the plan is based upon the genetic engineering they've done up front. So the child is born, they circumcise and put in a vial and write the person's name on it. And then throughout life, they make checks back and forth about what is this child doing? How does he think? How does he approach situations? And how does that compare to what we had expected and hoped and wanted? Okay? At the end of life, it would be beneficial to have a record of the person and a record of the circumcision.
Right.
Okay? And check.
Wow.
And say, we need to manipulate this a little better when it comes to birth so that it'll change the personality a little more this way. Tell you what I know for certain. Number one, I was circumcised. If somebody someplace has my foreskin in a vial, okay? Tom, on the other hand, was not circumcised. And when he was killed at the hospital, which I believe was through some interference in the feeding mechanism, he was lying on a hospital-type bed with wheels there and a thing that rolls around. I forget what they call it. And the coroner came. Now, the coroner left the body and went home. I went into the room and I saw the body. And the first thing I saw was that the head was hanging over the end of the wheeling thing, mouth open. Obvious something had been done by the coroner in the mouth, which is basically a swab of the person's DNA. Then I noticed something funny. He had on his feet a pair of socks. And Tom always had the habit, like I have, of having two pairs of socks. One that touches your skin and one that doesn't touch your skin. And they carry, when you send them to the laundry, something in the DNA in the one that touches your feet. And it's not based upon something that you walk in, because that's covered by the first pair. Now, the coroner had, for some reason, taken his socks off and put back only the outside one.
Yeah, took all of them off.
Yeah. Okay, so that was two things that I was looking at. Then I lifted the blanket, and he had been circumcised.
Then? Or already?
No, there.
Right there?
By the coroner.
Oh.
So he hadn't been circumcised as a youngster, but somebody knew something about him, and they couldn't confirm it until they got a circumcision. The foreskin. Think of golf. When you have a problem and the ball goes off in the wrong direction. 4! Okay? What is golf but a story of life? Okay, 18 holes, 18 years. You're born, you learn, you're a kid, you grow, you become a person. 18. But you got to do it 4 times, 4 days in a row. So 18, 36.
48.
Add 18, 60. 72.
Oh, 72.
72, and 8 years, big 8, 8 years of bonus if you did it right. Okay? So you're designed to live 80 years. If you really did it right, and they really want to kiss your ass in public through the media, then you live to be 90, 100.
Australia.
Minded your own business. That'll get you a long way.
Yeah, mum's the word.
Yeah. So put that together with the fact that I'm circumcised, and they're wanting to know how well I performed over a lifetime. Guess what? Shut the power off, electromagnetize the place with a, if you look at that post, there's a big wire running down the post to the ground that has no cover on it.
Yeah.
It sends its surcharges into the ground. And what did it do to Glen? Hey, what did it do to Glen? A hernia.
Oh, a hernia?
A hernia. And what happens to a penis when you get a hernia? The hernia grows, and it almost looks like the penis shrinks. It's not the penis that's shrinking, it's still at the same place, but everything grows around it. So it makes it look like it's not there anymore.
Right.
And the more it goes in, the more the skin on the outside looks like what had been cut off in the first place.
Oh.
Foreskin. So that when I die, the coroner will take the second version of foreskin off of me, and you'll have the original and the last. And in between, the story of Glen's life. They don't like it. They want you to not talk to anybody, so you become a non-person to the media. That's what I am, that's what Jennifer is. Two non-persons.
I was going to ask you two things. I looked up Australian Aborigines because that was the closest thing I could. My friend showed me them. He used to tell me how different they look than the average person. They're like Africans, but like way bigger and like different head. I can't describe it. They're rare now, but are those like the closest? They're full black. They're big girls. I don't know how else.
They were isolated. Well, they are a version. Everything, it's like the statues on Easter Island. Every statue is slightly different. It's a version of genetic engineering in number one, a different version in number two, a different version number three.
I was going to say, but compared to, how close are they to the original mamas of Africa?
I would say they were taken off the boat of the first ship that landed. Okay. But it's not a ship. It came out of the brine of Lake Van or whatever. I have no idea really on the first one might have been. All I know is that there's a difference between a child being born from a root and a child being born from a cone. When did the change occur? And the first one never disappears totally, but the majority takes over by a different process. So the root is limited, say, to 10 miles environment, Whereas the cone, you can take a cone to South America.
Yeah, I figured. So you're talking about the cones are the males that are changed.
Yeah.
And so
they're extracted from the hermaphrodite.
Right. And so immediately the hermaphrodites had a expiration date, essentially.
Yeah.
Because you had plucked out what you need, the Neanderthals needed.
You limit its power.
Yeah.
And you allow something else to take over. But it's still your basic root structure that you will need when you want to change what you've done later on.
And compare.
Yeah, so you want to always be able to go back to some of them and get what you need as the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And Neanderthaler, they looked pretty short and weird looking.
Yeah. Neanderthalers were thought to be the only ones that intermarried, intersexual arrangement with original human beings. But now they're discovering, there's a group of people that come out of the area of France. What's the cartoon character of the boy who's always getting in trouble? Dennis Sovins, they call him.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Dennis the Menace. So obviously they put together one group with another group to make a combined group for a task, and away you go. And then they find out, it's not quite what we wanted. So they take Denisovan and some DNA and add it to the original two they put together, and now you have 3 parts. How many parts can they access?
144,000.
That's life. You're having to live in a world where the most respected group is the biggest liar. Media. Everybody wants the media's opinion before they make a decision on what's true. And yet, the media, Adam, at the top of the big 8, Adam is saying, ha ha, I got you.
Yeah.
But you got this guy Kealey. Who's that? When I came out of the courtroom with everybody charged by the judge, the media had to be there. Yet for 3 years they ignored everything I was saying on Parliament Hill. For 3 years I had a sign that said, Brian, stop stealing. And when they arrested me, I said, it's true and it's in the public interest. I can say that on Parliament Hill. And they put me back. And they put me back. And they brought me shoes to wear in the middle of a snowstorm, brought me boots. Policemen brought me boots. Say, Mr. Kealey, your feet are getting wet here. Okay? I was standing on the hill listening to the sergeant at arms give instructions at the changing of the guard. And I noticed there was a rising of the voice by the sergeant, and then a quieting down of the voice. So I ended up saying, I'm going to only say one word on Parliament Hill that's quote unquote out of place. Resign! Just below Mulrooney, the Prime Minister's window. And the sergeant at arms from the parade came over and said, Mr. Kealey, if you ever give up your role here, come and see me. We need somebody with your voice to run the military. So for 3 years, a sign that says, stop stealing, Brian, stop stealing, and yelling, resign. And after 3 years, and I expected to be there a week, okay, be arrested and locked up someplace. After 3 years, they came to me. The head political reporter of the Globe and Mail came to me. And she said, I'm writing a book. I need your help. Explain these things to me. And I went through explaining everything to her. And she came from Toronto. And one day she said, can you do me a favor? Come home with me. I have a husband and children I have to go back and take care of. But we have a guest room, and I need your advice on my book. I don't know if the book has survived the cats in there, but I gave her information, and she gave me an acknowledgement at the beginning of the book as having provided her with information. That was totally out of sync with what the media had done to me for 3 years. Totally out of sync. So what had happened? I couldn't figure it out, what had happened, where the boss of media sends the most important reporter they have on Parliament Hill writing a story on the Prime Minister, sends them to Glen Kealey, the protester, who was never mentioned anywhere except on the day when they were called to court by the judge. And the judge said, I have listened to policemen, politicians, bureaucrats, and Mr. Kealey for the last 4 weeks. He filed charges against 16 people. Some of them are the most important people in the country. One is the commissioner of the RCMP. Second one is the assistant commissioner of the RCMP. And the third is the deputy assistant to the commissioner of the RCMP. All of which I now charge with preventing the police from doing their work, preventing the police from laying charges against crooked politicians. Mr. Kealey, can you come up here and sign these papers, please? And 300 media are sitting there with their jaws down to here, and Glen Kealey is walking out of the audience up the stairs and signs the papers. And
to file against the file for the police to
the papers that she said is the result of the court investigation over a 3 to 4 week period, because there was a day or two in between that we didn't sit. That's the information we received, Mr. Kealey. You're the complainant, you sign.
Wow.
So I then go back to my seat, and then she says, and now we turn not to the cover-up, but to the criminals. Okay? And she names the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, 4 senators, 4 cabinet ministers. Mr. Kealey, can you please come up and sign? And lays it out in front of me. At first I thought, well, out of the 16, she's taken in 3. Now she's given me 9 more. So I'm up to 12. And the media, just no words. They're all sitting there. And usually somebody runs out and gets on the phone or something and calls headquarters to tell them what's happening. But they were stunned. And then she calls me up after saying there are some associates to these politicians who deserve the same fate as the politicians. Mr. Kealey, will you please come up? And backroom boys, I called them, bureaucrats in the back room. In the end, I had filed 16 complaints. 16 were charged. By mistake, I had not charged the Prime Minister.
Shit.
The mistake was I had prepared the paperwork. The judge said there's some legalese in your paperwork that's not correct. Write it over again, fixing that. And when I wrote it over again, the only one I forgot was the Prime Minister. Somebody told me later, had I put the Prime Minister's name on there, nothing would have happened. The judge wouldn't have heard the case. There wouldn't be any charges at all. But by somebody in the background of my head controlling me made me forget to transcribe the Prime Minister's name. And they were all charged. Now what happens? Now what happens is I walk out of the courtroom. 300, the top reporters in Canada, all over me. And I basically answered a few questions. And I said, tomorrow I'll be back on my spot on Parliament Hill. And if you want to ask any questions, I'll be there. That day, I went home, and I was shaking. Okay? What is going on here? Everybody I charged has been accused, not by me, but by the judge. Okay? They all have to appear in court with all their lawyers in September, and this was July. Okay?
Early 2000s?
Right?
Early 2000s?
Yeah, that was
or 80s?
91.
91. Wow.
1991. And I had been on Parliament Hill 1,000 days. So, what do I do now? Well, it all comes down to I've done my share. I can answer questions on Parliament Hill, but we need a more formal environment, which became the office of the lawyer who had offered to assist me for free by asking questions that I wrote down on paper. Because I'm not a lawyer, and therefore they needed explanations that were legalese and stuff like that. So that's what I did. The day of the charges, the day of Parliament Hill, and the day of a press conference. That was it until September. Have a good day. In September, you see the picture on the board of the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario talking, getting instructions from the Globe and Mail newspaper saying, you have a problem.
Yeah, I remember.
You have a problem. You know, he found the key to getting to you. Wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, wait, what was your key? Like, if you had to name
Private prosecution.
Private prosecution.
Private prosecution meant you didn't have the approval of the Attorney General, but you were a person in Canada, a citizen, and you had a claim that the Attorney General was part of the problem. So you go to a justice of the peace, you lay out your case, and the justice of the peace, 30 years experience, the most senior in Ontario, she will decide whether or not they go to trial. And she did. Now, my lawyer, who I hired because he had left the RCMP, having been a witness against the commissioners of the RCMP, he decided he had passed his bar exams and become a lawyer, not just a policeman. And I said, that's the guy I want for the Canadian Institute for Political Integrity to file the incorporation papers. And he did. Now, he told me at a later date, he said, I had to go to classes for a year as part of my job as a new lawyer. And I sat in that classroom one day, and I heard the teacher get up and say, an idiot by the name of Glen Kealey, crazy person, brought up private prosecutions and took all of these people to court and caused all kinds of problems for Canada. The dollar dropped by 1%. The interest rates went up by 1%. All kinds of things he was saying. All because of one crazy person by the name of Glen Kealey. So Rick Jordan, my lawyer, who's sitting in the classroom, gets up. He says, "Excuse me, can I say something here?" I happen to be Glen Kealey's lawyer. I wasn't his lawyer at the time. I became his lawyer afterwards. I have one question for the teacher. And everybody seems to agree with his version of events. My question is, if Glen Kealey is crazy, what do we call the judge? If the judge is the one who listened to the evidence, and the judge is the one who laid down the charges, and she's got 30 years experience in law, what do we call her? Glen Kealey did not lay the charges. Glen Kealey laid the information. The judge laid the charges. And everybody in the class quieted down. And he got up and left the room. Rick Jordan is his name. Richard S. Jordan.
Your lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a chair out there for him. Even though he didn't have anything to do with my case, just incorporated the Institute. He had the guts to get up in a classroom and tell the story in front of a teacher who was absolutely wrong, and a bunch of students who were absolutely wrong, because what they were approving would be fascism. What I was performing was democracy. And the price that he paid as a lawyer, he had to leave town, couldn't do any business in Ottawa, went to up near the Great Lakes, opened a little business in law, found out that, unless you lie, you cannot become a lawyer in a courtroom. And I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "The only way you can make it through the expenses of the first couple of years is drunks. So you take on drunks, and you go to court, and you have 8 cases. And you do them all in a second or two. You postpone the case, you plead guilty or plead not guilty or whatever, but it only takes a few minutes. Then you go back to the office, and if you're a lawyer, like most lawyers, you send a bill to the government for 8 hours for each one. Not 1 minute in 8 hours, but 8 hours of fees because you spent a day in court. So you get a check from the government. Well, I don't know what they gives them now per hour, but say it's $100, $800 in a day. Okay? He said, I can't do it, Glenn. I cannot lie about what happens in court, and therefore I've decided I'm not going to be a lawyer. I'm going to be on my farm, looking at the stars, checking the Big Dipper, making sure that it's not signaling the end of the world or something to that effect. And that was it. And he's up there, and he doesn't believe that I should have gone to court and laid charges against all of these people, but he believes I had the right to do it. And he believes the judge had the right to give the right decision. So there you go.
And that's how
it all started for me. When the Prime Minister and the Premier got together and stopped the charges from going forward in September, as they said, we're going to ask the Ontario Provincial Police to reinvestigate. And I looked at them and I said, the Ontario Provincial Police are going to investigate the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to find out whether or not the commissioner of the RCMP should be charged on their word or forgiven on the OPP's word. It made absolutely no sense, and they never did anything. Never did anything.
What did they not do?
They did not investigate. They just said they were going to. But they're not stupid. The guys that testified in court are the guys who knew what the commissioner did. They're not going to find out anything different. They did nothing. They sat on their hands, and 3 years later, I went to them and I said, excuse me, you were given the task 3 years ago of investigating this case, right? Right. Don't you think that it would make sense that you would ask the person who filed the charges to make a statement? Yep. Well, how come you haven't? Since I'm that person. Why have you not asked me anything about the case 3 years later? I don't expect you've asked anybody else if you haven't asked me. He said, why not we ask you now? Why? Because I have a witness here sitting? What am I going to tell you more than what the witnesses, the cabinet minister that testified, the three members of the RCMP that testified, the assistant deputy commissioner of the RCMP who filed the charges against his own bosses? What am I going to tell you that's any different that you're going to find out if you ask me questions? Ask away. And they said, no, that's okay. Thank you. Have a good day. And we left. So if the system that you defend is democracy, and you can't find a Democrat in control of anything, and if anyone close to the top says anything or does anything, they are shifted to the bottom, What is it called? It's called fascism. And why is it that the media keeps reporting about how great Canada is as a democracy when they know damn well the opposite is true? Because they don't report it. What they say is, oh, we report everything that happens. No, excuse me, you report what happened by commission. You never report what happens by omission. What did people not do is what you're supposed to be telling. Not just what they've done. What they haven't done is more important. They haven't taught us the truth in school. They haven't taught us the truth in church. And they haven't taught us the truth in government. The only thing we have to look at is, what are they doing? And I'll tell you what they're doing. They're doing what you call Nazis used to do. Say, we want to control the world, and we're going to tell you what's true. We want to be the nice guys, so we're going to tell you we're nice. But are we going to tell you about people who were born 80,000 BC as men who over the next 40,000 years were handed control by hermaphrodites, and the hermaphrodites became women to the men? And they're not going to tell you that in 42,000 BC, Glen and Jennifer were born as the last male and female, period, who will then be reborn on a number of occasions when we need more information about how the process is evolving.
Is genetic memory linked to intelligence, or are those two not compatible? No.
Although, if the switches are all open, you seem more intelligent.
Yeah. It's like causation versus correlation. Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Gotcha.
Okay? There's no complication. It's we're at a situation now where there is a need by the controllers, the secret controllers of the planet. There is a need for them to change everything in the way their servants act. And it's impossible to do what they need to do by taking 1,000 years. What they need to do to explore space is change things now, tomorrow, get it over with. So all of their servants are their enemy. They are preventing things from happening that have to happen now. And here we are, an American and a Canadian. The Canadian on the edge of life, the American on the beginning of life, making certain that at least an understanding, first-hand understanding, has occurred. Not a belief system, a process that can be tracked for the next 40 years. You have 40 years practically guaranteed, unless you get hit by a car, and I have 40 years not guaranteed. Okay? I could die if you go by the obituaries in the newspaper. I'm in that section of age. Most people are dying 80 or less. That's only a year and a half for me. I believe I will last longer, but I'm not taking any chances. Jennifer is 14 years younger than I am. And you're a hell of a lot younger than I am. So with the three of us having heard the story, there should be no forgetting along the way. It's on tape. You don't need to remember it. You can just replay it over and over again, because you don't remember everything. No one ever does, because of the way the brain functions, takes off on its own path and goes away while the talk keeps on going. So you have to listen to it over and over again. The women who bought this property say, "You never give the same speech." I said, "Yes, I do." You don't hear the same speech.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Where did you rent that car?
Right across the airport.
In
the
Ottawa.
airport. Yeah, in Ottawa.
Did you notice on there, on the back, there are 3 different messages? One is that it was not bought in Ontario. It was bought in Quebec. Gatineau. Gate in water. See that, Gatineau? Gate in water. Watergate.
Linked to Nixon.
Eh?
Linked to Nixon.
Yeah. Nixon and a criminal investigation. Next thing is Ontario license plate. Okay?
It's got a crown. Is that what you're talking about, the crown?
CCMJ040 Ontario. Yours to discover. Okay? That's supplied by the government. Gatineau was supplied by the car maker who sold it through an agency in Quebec. And then below, surgeoner.com. What is strange about Surgeoner? I know it's an Ottawa dealership. But doesn't it have the word surgeon in it?
Yeah.
And what is a surgeon?
Someone who operates.
Who has the legal right to murder. Now, is the dealer telling me or you or anybody else that this is a weapon to kill? Why would anybody choose the word surgeoner? A surgeon comes from sturgeon. A sturgeon is a fish that comes out of the ocean and swims into fresh water. One example is come up the St. Lawrence Seaway to the Ottawa River, turn up and come to Ottawa. And a guy who goes fishing for sturgeon, which is a fairly big fish, will prepare his fishing day one day ahead of time, go to the side of the river, say on Saturday, and throw off the dock or off a rock or whatever a bunch of boiled potato cubes. And they sink to the bottom, and the sturgeon all can feel it, sense it, and they congregate around it until they've eaten it all. Then he goes back on, fisherman goes back on Sunday, and he has these potato cubes on hooks and have 4 hooks, and he has to pedal his bike home with fish that weigh almost as much as he does. And then he takes them over to East European restaurant and says, I got these 4 sturgeons and I've had to pedal 20 miles with them, and I want you to have them and smoke them, and you can keep 2 and give me back 2. And then he takes the 2 smoked fish next weekend home, puts it in his fridge, and he says, I get money from the government to eat because I'm an immigrant with no job, so I don't waste my money on food. I got my food. Fridge full, freezer full, rent paid for by the government, money for food paid for by the government.
Where do they come out of? You said the sturgeoners come out of from what? Come up from something?
Surgeons are basically a segment of the society that is away from the average and then makes their appearance at a hospital. They're not the guys who meet the patients. They are the guys that doctors call in and say, this person has this problem, only you can fix it. Now, the problem may be that this person is alive, and we don't want him alive. And the person dies in the operating room. Or the person may have a knowledge that the system needs and says, we don't want him to die yet. we need that information, bring him back to talking stage at least, so that we can get the information. Then you can kill him. There's something about this dealership that is
linked
to the system. And it's the biggest in Ottawa, I think. Right. Surgeon. Yeah. Look what it has on the side there. IT. Next to the red light.
Oh, LT.
LT?
Yeah, LT.
What does that mean? Limited.
Transmission?
Limited, LT, an abbreviation.
Oh, or just limited?
So it's
this is a
got a purpose, it's refined and limited activity.
So you think they programmed the girl who gave me the second option that was not my first option, and she was programmed. She didn't know why she was giving me this car.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, and that's what I'd like to. That's why I kind of for a while was paranoid, because I was trying to pick up on what are they programming me that I don't know I'm doing that they're doing all the time.
Answer: everything.
Everything, because they're learning all the time.
Yeah.
They're updating
everything, everywhere you look. So go to your room and think.
Yeah, I will.
There is no answer to the problem other than a pineal cord. That's it.
Sure.
Unless some people are born and given an opportunity by the system to teach to others information that is false by saying, ignore this switch that's open in your brain and follow my instructions. Because anybody knows when the truth is obvious and you disregard truth because the media says don't pay attention. And therefore, the things you want more win out. And the things you want more are to be appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can't guarantee you'll be able to hear us if you cut your hair. But then they worked for about 10 years on their own problem of hair, and then they said, well, we've developed a new approach, so if you don't mind, would you cut your hair so that we can find out whether
it works.
You can still hear us. Because if you can't, we'll have to wait till you grow it back some. But it worked, so.
The way it worked with me, I don't know what is better, because for me, the way I broke through was the excruciating amount of evidence and intuition with still all the programming of me wanting to stay but there's too much congestion. So it like blew up, and then I went into chaos for a while. But then it settled, and I was better for it. Would that have been easier if I had longer hair? Maybe.
Could be.
Could have been. You never know.
Yeah.
It's different for different people.
But apparently the changes that they've made has rectified the situation, so it probably works for both. But I'm at a stage now where I'm having to prepare for dealing with business people again. Because of the development of this farm, the cell wants to develop the entire 34 acres. Starting with this part here, they wanted this to be kind of what they call a catio, a patio for cats. They wanted me to raise 100 cats, which basically you can't contain unless you build a fence around it. And then the police interfered. They basically limited my finances by killing off Tom, who was the tenant here, and an agent for the police. He told me so before he died.
Tom
Viberg.
He was a guy.
Yeah. What? So that meant no information from him, but no rent either. Then the next thing they did was kidnap Jennifer.
And how long ago was this?
3 years, 4 years ago.
So this is still recent.
It'll be 4 years this August 21st.
Gotcha.
Okay. So they kidnapped her and dumped her in New York.
On the road.
On the road 4 times. And I kept telling her, well, walk back. And she'd walk back, and they'd arrest her again and dump her out again and arrest her again. So finally what they did was they took her to Ottawa, put her in a jail in Ottawa for 74 days. And a judge from immigration review people did a video with her. And told the police, look, today's Friday, I'm going to go away for a week, and I'm going to come back and make my decision on whether Jennifer should be allowed to stay, because there's a lot of things that I've heard that suggest she belongs here. So I know what you guys have in mind, he told the police. And I want you to forget it. Don't do anything until I come back on Friday. On the Monday night, in the middle of the night, they went and got her out of the jail and took her to Montreal airport, argued with the police there. How come they want to take this woman to the U.S. when she doesn't have any
what was the initial
documentation that suggests she's been ordered to leave or anything like that? She obviously doesn't want to go.
And the judge wanted her to stay?
Yeah.
Oh, but the police were like...
Yeah.
So why are the police...
The judge ordered that I was to reappear before him the next week on November 6th at 10 a.m., and that I had strong ties to Canada, and that they were not to go through with what they were going to do.
Oh, okay.
And that was done that hearing was done after I was already presented with a piece of paper that was not a government document, and it said that I was going to be deported. And he'd already written on it, refused to sign.
Oh.
He already wrote on it so that my signature would not ever be on it. And so the person that came was the old attorney that was appointed for me, which she already knew there was a problem when she showed up, because she was an amicus that was appointed prior.
Are they?
And she.
Are they doing this to y'all because of the initial cattery thing, or is this something before that triggered the police?
No, they're doing. I don't know exactly why they're doing it to me, but everything that they did to me, because they kept me out of Canada for 2 years, actually, when I was already legally married to Glen in Canada. They already denied me entrance for a year, and then when I went back, they said, well, you don't have a job, but people in Canada had conspired with the state of New York, or I should say the state of New York conspired with people in Canada to keep me from having any kind of work or any employment, so that in New York, well, during the year I was waiting to see my husband, so I couldn't get a job, so I was on unemployment. So when I went to the border the second time, then I was denied entrance because they said, you don't have a job, and you couldn't, if something happened to you, you couldn't even pay, you might take advantage of our wonderful health care system over here. You need $15,000 in the bank. And
after making her unemployed for 2 years.
So, and I didn't know until after I got back here that there had been a whole conspiracy and collusion to keep me from working, and that what exactly was going on. At the time,
so they don't even explain themselves.
Let's make it perfectly clear. There has never been an explanation of what is going on by anybody in an official role.
Yeah.
Secondly, there are plenty of reasons that could be the reason behind it, including me laying charges against senior politicians way back in 1991. All the way up to today, I could name about a dozen reasons. The problem we will have is we don't know which of the multiple reasons is the reasoning behind what they're doing to us now. Okay?
Gotcha.
My biggest suspective mind tells me that it is not a recent reason or even a 25-year-old reason, but more a knowledge of the creation of humankind, the evolution of people prior to the Ice Age, the Ice Age period, division between two groups of people, the ones who went into hiding and the ones who went into the snow. And then the coming back together in about 8,000 BC, with one in hiding and the other one creating the world we know today.
Right.
Okay?
So it's like so you're saying they know something that we don't, and they know how to keep us from knowing every single detail so that we don't.
And therefore, the only group of people that I can point a finger to is the media. Because their job is to tell us what we don't know, and they won't tell us what we don't know unless we find out for ourselves.
Yeah, of course.
Okay?
They omit.
And that's why they have a Bible that starts with a guy at the top they call Adam. But they have a code that says A and E are interchangeable.
Diphthongs.
So Medi is the name of the place they come from in Iran.
Right, Medis.
Medi was a town in Iran, capital.
Yeah, I have pictures of all the names of the middle.
And it's linked to medicine.
Cine.
Okay. Surgeons, sturgeons. Sturgeons are a fish that come out of the ocean up into clear water,
fresh water,
into places like Ottawa or Washington, you know. So surgeon is the only person who has the ultimate right to murder with nobody investigating. They call it operations.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Just like psychological operations.
They want to get you in the hospital like you got Tom, and they kill you when you're a problem to them in the hospital.
Or not even a problem. Like my grandpa, he got, they gave him chemo, and he died quicker than I said he would have lived if they hadn't given him chemo. He would have gone another 2.
Yeah.
He's a trooper.
I had to take Tom to the hospital because he fainted at Walmart. And I sat at the end of the bed looking at him, and he had an intravenous in his arm, and absolutely recovered in the bed because they gave him food through the intravenous. In walks a nurse or a female doctor from India who said to me, I understand you're his guardian. He's a year and a half older than I was at the time. And she said, what do you think of DNR? And I looked at her and I said, do not resuscitate? And she said, yeah. I said, well, what are you talking about that for? He's not looking like he's about to go. Okay. He only needed some food because he hasn't eaten properly. And you're putting an intravenous in his arm, and he's fine. He just asked me for my pen so he can sign his lottery ticket.
Right.
You know.
And Tom's the one that died? He died.
That was at 2 o'clock. God. At 4 o'clock, they called me here and tell me he's dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
brutal.
Do not resuscitate. He's dead. The next day, a coroner came from Ottawa, supposedly, to take him to Ottawa, but never did. And he calls to talk to me about medical stuff that he had learned from the nurses. I didn't know anything about medical stuff. Right. So I was in bed with Jennifer, and I said, here, speak to my wife. She's a director of nursing. She'll know what you're talking about. She finds out he doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay? And she asked him questions about the intravenous. Was there an intermediate bottle between the food and the body? And he said, yeah, and he read the notes, and Jennifer...
Well, he also said Tom only gave him CPR for 4 minutes. Okay, you don't do that unless you already know the person's not coming back.
Yeah.
You 4 minutes. You called it at 4 minutes.
Yeah, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Zach's got to get some water or something.
Sorry, I let the bugs in.
That's okay. You're going to have to beat them off.
Yeah. I think I'll take you up on sleeping. Actually, I got to run back to town because I don't have any freaking Wi-Fi out here. Because I bought what Dana told me to get, which was a portable hotspot, but I forgot to put for Canada.
Yeah.
So I put it for America. So it only works in America.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I came out here, man. Let me shake your hand again. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Anyways, we're going to go into this tomorrow in more detail.
Right.
But I just wanted to let you know that we don't know which of the reasons that are possible they are acting on. There are, as I said, many reasons, trivial reasons to very detailed, ancient reasons.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like when you say that, that does remind me that they work in ways that it's always a little bit ahead of us, but we can keep up with them because, you know, they're operating on self-interest. We're operating on the whole interest of the world.
There is one thing that I discovered here that may be closer to the truth than anything else, and that's the story of phone got hung up on Jennifer. Not new.
Is she? Does she have a cell phone, or is she?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing that I discovered here before they shut the hydro off was linked to the story of King Arthur. Is it a myth or is it a true story? Its occurring time is what we call the Dark Ages, in about 500,
just after the first
400 or 500 AD.
Yeah.
Pulling the sword out of the rock.
Right.
How do you explain that in today's technology? That's Jennifer.
Magnetism.
Yeah.
So you.
So,
forever,
on your back.
Hey,
yeah,
Jennifer.
well, they cut me off
They,
like they always do.
yeah, they cut you off.
Hey, Jennifer. Do you have a short name for Jennifer? Jenny or Jen?
No, I just normally go by Jennifer.
Okay.
So Tom was sleeping in a room in the house, and he said there's noises happening below me. I said, can't be noises, there's nothing there but the basement. He said, I tell you, there's noises happening.
Right.
Then I remembered that when we first moved in, Megan had driven her RV in, and she said, I won't be able to stay. There's noises going on underground here.
And then that's where you kind of came up with the whole...
And then I said, I better start looking what might cause the noises.
Right.
So I started digging down the side of the house with the intent of going under the house to where Tom's room would be above to see if anything was there. In order to dig down, I had to be next to a hydro ground, which is a metal rod, into the ground. Didn't know how much into the ground it was, but one of the things I knew is I backed up the truck, tied a rope around the rod, and the truck wasn't able to pull it. It was so much stuck there. So I went to the guy who used to live here, and I said, "Can you explain to me why I've dug 4 feet into the ground and I can't pull the hydro ground out of the ground?" He said, "It's because they're 20 feet long."
Oh, okay.
And I said, 20 feet long? That's impossible. Who could stand 20 feet up in the air knocking that into the ground all the way down? So I figured right away he's not telling me the whole truth. I tried everything to budge that rod, and I couldn't move it. Back to the story of Arthur, the sword in the rock. I couldn't move it.
Right.
So I go to bed that night, and I get up in the morning, time to go and work at digging the hole some more. So I go down into the hole, and I look at the rod, and sure enough, can't budge it. As a matter of fact, I could bend it a little bit, but the base was so strong it couldn't move.
And it's just one, right?
One rod.
One rod.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's that rod.
Which makes it even weirder.
The rod with the orange paint on it.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That rod. So
Talking about that one that's holding
the one with the cushion on top.
Yeah.
Okay. See the orange paint on it? Because what I was doing is I was digging down, I was painting it so that if ever it caved in, I'd know exactly where I was. So it wouldn't budge. Then I turn around and I continue my digging, and I slipped and fell. And when I fell against the rod and it pushed her over. And I said, how can that be? I couldn't budge it, couldn't pull it out with a truck. And yet I fall on it and it falls over. And I pick it out of the ground, and it only had 1 foot left in the ground. And then I started thinking, who is behind electromagnetism? Hydro. Hydro is behind electromagnetism. Hydro is the bad guy disguised as Arthur in a story during the Dark Ages, pulling a sword out of the rock.
Was something called hydro during the Dark Ages?
Yeah, well, it wasn't called hydro.
Oh, gotcha.
It was called sword maker.
Oh, okay.
They made the sword. They had the rock. It was charged up with electromagnetism. You couldn't pull it out if you tried. But the minute they shut off the power, out it comes. That way you get to choose your king, while everybody thinks a miracle happened.
Right. Oh, okay.
You get it?
Yeah.
When you in background don't want to be seen, but you want to rule the world.
But okay, how long ago? That was 20. The Dark Ages were just after the
say
first...
4 to 500 A.D.
A.D.
Okay.
Right. People weren't gullible then. I mean, there were gullible people, but man... They all believed that?
They all believed that only magic...
Oh, yeah, because they didn't even have... I forget that long ago they didn't know what electromagnetism...
They didn't know anything about electricity.
They couldn't even read.
Yeah.
Let alone something as intense as that.
Now, the next question is, what did they use it for in this situation? And what I looked at, if you look at that tree over there, there's a big pipe made out of plastic, okay? That tree on the other side of the driveway is kind of hanging down.
Right.
Okay? Now, a pipe like that has an intent, and that's to capture any water that comes from rain and take it away from the foundation.
Which one?
See over on the tree, the other side of the driveway?
Yeah.
And it's hanging droopy?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That pipe was supposed to clear the water away from the house because it has holes on one side, and the water comes down into the pipe and then is led to another place which is lower outside the foundation of the house. Okay? It was upside down. It was not taking water away from the foundation. It was bringing water to the foundation. So I kept on digging until I found the place where Tom would be above. And I noticed along the way that there were big rocks, medium rocks, small rocks, and in this place, gravel. And what happens is the temperature changes in Canada, as you know, during the wintertime and summertime. Yeah, right now we're dealing in the 80s and 90s Fahrenheit, whereas in the winter you can be dealing in 20 to 30 below zero most of the time. So what happens when that occurs is rocks break. Why do they break? Because they contain minerals. And some minerals expand or contract different from others. So if you have an expansion in the rock and the rock itself is not moving, it's going to break. Okay? So everything is based upon gravel. When you start with a big rock, you end up with medium-sized rocks, you end up with small rocks, and then you end up with gravel. But today, in modern times, you can go further than small rocks. You can go down to sand, okay, as it breaks down. That's the concept of genetic engineering.
Yeah.
Okay? Genetic engineering is basically taking out certain metals, leaving other stuff behind.
Right.
To genetically engineer Zach, someone would have taken your mother's sperm, your mother's egg, your father's sperm, for example, but not necessarily the same two people as you know, put it together, extract things they don't want because that makes a different personality than they're looking for, and putting in instead things that they know will create a personality, bureaucrat, for example, that they want, put it all together, stick it in your mother, she gives birth, You think it's, father, mother.
Now that's what they're doing today, but what you were talking about with ancient history was that they had what do you call? Oh, you were talking about with ancient history. What they did was like a soda, the flavor of soda. You always get the 50-something% corn syrup or whatever you were talking about. And as they have more kids, you have less. After the 4th generation, you said the syrup content is lower.
I think you're talking about somebody who made comments on what I was saying rather than me saying that.
No, you were saying something about the syrup you always get from the manufacturer is a certain level. And
I don't remember that.
You don't, oh, okay.
Okay.
And you were relating it to genetic engineering.
Yeah.
Say a syrup company sends you always 50% syrup. That's what you were saying. And then
in any event, let me assure you that before the Ice Age, the people who were taking notes knew genetic engineering. 80,000 BC, they knew genetic engineering. They didn't share the information outside their group. And there weren't the number of people they are today.
Right.
What they had was a small group of people within a small group of people. Okay?
Right.
And in order in science to justify your mental decisions as being true or untrue, hypothesis or thesis. A hypothesis is a story of the brain rather than the actual fact. A thesis is the actual fact. You need to experiment. And in order to experiment prior to the Ice Age, they didn't have enough people.
Right.
So the decision was made. We will hide all we know. We will send a group beyond the Ice Age because we know there's been 4 different Ice Ages. They come and they go. So what we're going to do is give them the resources they need to expand their population without the knowledge. We will have the knowledge. Lost my phone there.
Here, I'll get it.
Can you see it?
Oh God, it went a mile behind you.
Okay. Yeah. So
they gave the exoteric resources while they kept the esoteric knowledge of what the resources are actually, how they're integrated.
Exactly. They knew by their own visions and their own knowledge, they knew it had to be something like that, but in science, knowing it and proving it is a different thing. So they figured out that it would require approximately 15 billion people.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah.
And 7.5 billion would have lived and died. 7.5 billion would be living when they would arrive at the point where they got all the answers they were looking for. Okay?
They were that savant back then that they actually knew the timing and all that. That's incredible.
Yes.
That's incredible.
And don't forget, they hadn't been around for a week. They had been around for thousands of years.
I forget there were dinosaurs compared to sapiens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget, that you cannot give birth to a race of human beings by having the birth of one. Because one cannot, in our world, make babies. So they live and die, whatever length it is, maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe a year, but they'll live and die. They have to have a special person to live and make babies. And what is that?
Hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite. Okay? So until a hermaphrodite is born, and until that hermaphrodite gets fed as a baby newborn, and then fed as a child, there is no chance of that person ever making babies. Has to be at least 12, 15 years or more of age before it can make a baby.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So how do you get from birth to 12 or 15 years? 2 animals on this farm. One's a cat, the other one's a goat. Think of it. If I have cats here and they have babies and they don't want babies, they walk away. Another cat comes walking by, looks over, sees the babies. He says, that would be a good lunch. He eats the baby. Option number 1. Option number 2, he ignores the baby. Option number 3, he takes it home. And this cat would have been a cat that had been pregnant, but the baby's died. And they find a baby, they can feed him. Okay?
Oh, okay.
You got it?
Because he's got all the nutrients and stuff.
If the cat is big enough to pick up a child baby, hermaphrodite, and take it to its cave and feed it, it does the same thing. It's making sure that the baby survives beyond baby stage by feeding it. What cat could do that? A mountain lion. Okay?
Right. So you're telling me there was one moment in history where there was a unicative point where this baby was saved, the only baby?
It had to be. Can't be anything else. Now, mind you, it may have been a million tries over a billion years. Okay.
Yeah, so we're thinking it's special, but it really could have happened over.
All it takes is one
to be saved.
Okay. Right. Same thing with trees. Cones fall out of the tree. If there's nothing there to make sure that cone gets buried, receives nutrients and all of that stuff, same thing as change your mentality from what you know of what humans are today.
Sure. And
think back to people who have learned bits and pieces of information over an 80,000 year period instead of a 2,000 year period, and are a small group, and they have methods of passing the information they learn in one life to another person who has the same capacity in another life over 80,000 years, okay? Totally different world than what we're thinking about. But I have a graph called the Big 8-0 that I'll show you tomorrow.
Yes.
And it then becomes a lot clearer.
Plato. Yeah, the 8-0 was a big one. I was confused. I was like, I know the tubal cane of the 8.
Think of life. You are born into an 8, right, either on the wealthy side or on the poor side or someplace in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? O is the original. Before the Ice Age, 8 is the person being born today. Now, how do you go from the O to the 8? You need genetic engineering. And what letter represents genetic engineering?
I know.
An O with an insert, which makes it a Q.
Oh yeah, you said O was Garden of Eden.
Yeah, O is the original.
Yeah. Q
is the genetically engineered. And 8 is 2 in 1. Okay? Okay. What we are when we are a hermaphrodite, if we happen to be a hermaphrodite, but we are separate if you take the 8 and pull it apart, male, female. Anyways,
right.
I'm going to go to bed because that's where I belong at this time of the day. Do what you want to do.
Right.
If you prefer to sleep here or here, you'll see the water. There should be 2 houses on that side. Behind the 2 houses, you'll see water, but if you keep on going this way, it's probably clearer where that no stop sign is used to be a bridge. It's, we picked the wrong time of the year to come and look. All the leaves are hiding everything. But the water is right there.
Oh, I can kind of see.
Yeah. So from our perspective, we are about a field deep away from the water at the back of the farm. Now, at the back of the farm is where the cell and I came together. But I haven't maintained all of that pathway and everything for 10 years now.
Where do you go to talk to the cell mostly? In your house?
They can be anywhere. Usually the cats bring the message. They want me to do something. They speak it amongst themselves, and the cats carry the message. And all of a sudden I get a cat come walking by and I hear the talking going on. They say, "We'd like to meet," or "Can you please do something?" So it's about where the wires are across, that if you went to the back of this property, is our place.
So something over your life, plus your genetics, you were able to harness whatever it is that you're able to talk with, communicate between the cell. Damn. I mean, I've been able to communicate.
It's the totality of the life, according to the cell. You've earned it.
Right.
It's not what you did yesterday or tomorrow or these you've earned it over a lifetime of activity that always took into consideration the benefit of others. And the benefit of others is not always recognized by others. And if you're doing it for recognition, forget it.
Right. And I had to make that choice at one point.
Yeah.
I realized
They must be getting ready to pave it. They wouldn't have left it like this.
So what was the significance of their flowers? They're just letting people know they're...
Yeah, there is an entire code here on that side of the street that tells them, the people who are in the know, that something is there. And what that something is the water. So you could go onto the water there, go all the way through Kempville into the Rideau River and onto Ottawa, or Kingston in the opposite direction. Travel could be by some device unseen and come out here from Ottawa or on Lake Ontario. That number, the address, I think, is the same as ours, 908.
Yeah.
Muscle Road.
You proud to live in Canada, or is that just a pride for the country thing? It's kind of stupid.
Am I, proud to be here?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
This is where this is where creation believes the job needs to be done. I'm here.
Yeah.
I get up in the morning and I say, what should I do today? And I conclude I can't afford to do what I should do today. Then the next part is, what can you do today? And then I get out and do that. So we went into the Bank of Nova Scotia and paid Tom Byberg's telephone bill. Because we have an arrangement, if I'm here and he's not to let the bill go unpaid. And we have a reverse arrangement on mail.
Oh, okay.
Okay, TD Bank. So you'll have to disregard this sign.
Sure, yeah. Go straight, right?
Yeah, stay there.
So have you been there?
TD Bank is the mortgage on the farm. So I have to go and check every now and then if I'm not making a deposit. I have to check to make certain that the mortgage has been paid, and did the interest rates go up or down. When I first moved to Kempville and met the cell later on, the cell asked me if I would do them a favor. They said, you know that farm you have, we want to eventually own it so that if a person dies, the farm doesn't die with them, okay? So it's 34.2 acres, and what we expect to invest in the farm over the years would be close to $1 billion. There are 4 banks in Kempville, we would like you to go to each bank and have a relationship with them in a manner that will allow you to tell us which is the best bank to deal with. Because for all intents and purposes, what they do is exactly the same. The only difference is the people in each bank. And therefore, we would like you to have mortgage in one place, telephone in another place, government dealings in a third place, Jennifer and you's dealing in a fourth place, so that you get to know the people. And you can say to us, well, if you're going to send a few $1 million next, maybe you should put it in the TD Bank, or Bank of Nova Scotia, or Bank of Montreal, or Royal Bank, or CIBC. So, we will have the benefit of your knowledge over time. So I said, okay, I'll do that. Problem is, banks don't like you to do that. So what they do is they shift employees all the time, sometime as a whole. I have walked into a bank having seen people for 5, 6, 7 years, and all of a sudden, I only recognize one person.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody has moved to another branch, and none of them to the same branch, so that they don't develop relationships with customers in a manner that might end up being criminal, is how the banks see it. But that gives you an idea about how the controllers view us, the people. We're just crooks waiting for an opportunity as far as they are concerned. Their world is about how much more money can we rake off the top of everything that happens here.
Sure.
So this bank, TD, is a bank that I have an account with Jennifer, and it deals with the mortgage. So what I do is find out every chance I get if interest rates are going up or down. That will affect how much we have to invest in a monthly payment. Got me?
Gotcha.
My body gets used to not getting what it used to get. And I try to give it memory when I come to town. Give it bacon and eggs, toast and coffee, for example.
You think that's how I think how you accumulate old memories that you forgot is like, you jump outside of yourself, like you'd say like, well, what would I used to do with that person, or
it's strange being alone too.
Where did you grow up?
Ottawa.
Okay.
A few blocks from Parliament.
Cool.
The world of capital city was my world.
Right.
From the age of 5 on, I used to walk over to Parliament Hill. Of course, there was no security in those days. And I'd walk in the building and go into offices and talk to politicians or their staff. Get a nice green cone. one person walks in the gate and helps me catch up on a month's work. Another person walks in the gate like last year and said, sounds like you need a lawnmower. Here's $2,000. You get a lawnmower, cut the grass you need to cut, and it breaks down.
It did?
As they all do. You remove the lawnmower part, and now you have something to pull your wagon. So.
So just the lawn cutter part.
Yeah. It caught in some underground piece of metal, and so you take that gadget off, and you put the trailer on behind it, and you call it your truck. So, next person that walks in may say, what do you need? I need a well. I need somebody to dig at least a 15, 20-foot well and put a hand pump on it. So,
right.
That's the way it's going to be for the rest of my life. Every day, you don't have any idea what you will do until you get up and get out there.
That sounds kind of scary.
It would be much better if Jennifer were back.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, creation wants this period of time to happen. Because creation doesn't do things as much as stop things from happening. So if it's happening, somebody did it, and creation said it doesn't fit my plan for today, and stops it. And a person drops dead in their office or whatever.
Oh, wow.
I called my member of provincial or federal politics when they kidnapped Jennifer, and he didn't return my call. I left a message with the receptionist, didn't return my call. He then went to the office in Ottawa within a matter of days or weeks. Very athletic guy, played hockey, 52 years old, died in his office. And the message from the cell was, he had an opportunity, he failed. There is no...
That's why what I've been doing recently is like trying to overcompensate and look for all those opportunities, and that gives me anxiety.
Yeah.
But so you got to find a balance.
You got to find the balance. What is the most important thing to you is what you got to do. And when I'm at the cell and they told me about perfect speed, is being there. Well, I understand it today. Right now, about half, I think about 15, are in Antarctica filing reports at the pineal court about who should live and who should die. And what creation can do to stop the ones it requires from being had by God.
So creation can also reincarnate you?
Yeah, creation is the part that is reincarnation. God is just money. God is, how do I get more power? Get them to pray from the time they're young, telling creation that it's my will that should be done. That's what God's all about.
Yeah. Yeah, God is using millions of people's brains as a like one huge computer to do its will. And until you consciously recognize that something is happening, and that the change needs to go on in yourself. Most people are looking for, well, how can I manipulate outside of me to see the results change in me? Can I get more money, and maybe I'd have enough money to feel secure, and then I would know what to do? It's not how it works.
If one looks clearly at people with money, billionaires, you don't find the internal stuff that one needs to have to be a servant of creation rather than of God.
Yeah.
I call it contracted to. I am contracted to God's boss. God's boss is who determines my eternity. And I like coming back and doing it over and over again, or I wouldn't have done it 700 times. So it's not the pain, it's not the misery, it's not even the joy. It's basically who I choose to be, contracted to creation for eternity. And creation, most important dogma is don't be self-serving. So everything has a purpose, and that purpose is for the benefit of the whole rather than of the self. Sometimes the only way to benefit the whole is to get rid of the ones who are controlling and self-serving. So I go out and I identify those people and pass the word up. Up the line. For us here, it's Antarctica that's headquarters.
Gotcha. Have you heard there's this guy says, I heard one time, he said, we were saying time is irrelevant because your consciousness is almost psychically instantaneous.
Yeah.
So time is irrelevant to how you change. You can choose to change however you want.
Time is only a means of work, recognition,
Oh, okay. Like if a plant didn't grow over time, it wouldn't know where to go next. If it grew, okay, I grew a leaf here and a leaf here, so I should grow a leaf here and here.
Leaf is an antenna gathering energy for the whole.
And it's feel backwards.
And it gives its life every year to feed the ground, and it starts up again the year after. If you treat a tree in the same manner as you should be treating human beings, benefits accrue to the whole.
Gotcha.
You know, the movie The Lord of the Rings, they have the trees fighting battles. Well, that's not far off. From the road to the post is 20 feet. They are allowed another 20 feet in emergencies. That would make 40 feet. And their post on our land is 44 to 45 feet. It's 44 because they widened the road a little bit, I think.
Now tell me about since we're recording now, tell me about the curve again. What's the significance of the curve? 2 curves. And then, something after 2 curves is for...
2 sets of curves. Like you've entered one set of curve here, and then there's a straight, and then another set of curves. Well, that means that for a traveler who is in on the system, to know that in that straight area are the people who would come to his assistance should he need it. And that place would be defined by the kind of tree that would be out front. If a person is fully acquainted with the coding structure of trees, they would know that they can tell who's in that house by what's out front. Flowers, trees, hardwood, pine. The trees, the 49 that I have in front, were obviously planted there because they are trees that are originating in Russia. Sitka spruce come from an area around St. Petersburg in Russia. And we have a tree farm school here in Kempville, and they're the ones who looked at it and said, somebody purposely put these here.
I'll turn around because there's a person behind me. Man, it's quick to miss.
Go to the Muscle Road here. Go further down.
Muscle.
Here. Is it here? No. A little further.
Like you mean to turn? Here, I'll just turn into this person's.
Yeah. Now this, if you go to the back, you may as well do it while you're here.
Yeah.
This is all gravel here. If you go to the back where you see those trees in color there, whatever that is, flowers, I guess. They just remade this gravel.
Yeah,
So
why'd they do this? This is shitty.
I have no idea why they would use such rough gravel. cut down the traffic.
This is brutal.
At the end of this is the creek. See, they're all giving messages when they put these orange lilies out in front.
Are they really?
Yeah.
That's wild to think. So are they doing it subconsciously or are they doing it consciously? Oh, okay.
They know who they are and what the importance of this is, and what might be on the other side is the water. You can't see it from here, but it's right behind these houses.
So is there anything else we're going to talk about, or do you think that was enough for this week?
For today, that's enough.
Yeah. I mean, tomorrow's my last day.
No, let's make it, today is your last day.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I feel like we got a good amount.
Do your stuff.
Okay.
And anything you want not shared by listeners who cut into our telephone lines. There's apparently about 2,000 people listening in around the world. Just send me a letter.
That I don't want in the...
If you have something to tell me that you don't want other people to know,
Gotcha.
Send me a letter.
And it's, let me double check the address. I deleted all the extra numbers, but it's 908 County Road 18, Oxford Mills, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, KOG1SO.
Yeah, I have that somewhere else on my phone.
So, normally in a handwritten envelope, they don't look at it. So, you want to send me something or ask me something, you do it.
Right. If it's something I don't want them to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you can be sure that Bell Canada is listening on every phone call. Yeah.
Well, I won't bug you too much.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you for doing all that for me.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye for now.